Alrighty, everybody. Hey, welcome back. We're going to build the Necron Ghost Ark Part 2. So that's what I ended up doing. As you can see, there it is. We've finished a few assemblies that we have right now. And so now, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to continue on with the Ghost Ark. For those of you who don't know, that is a Warhammer Necron faction model. In other words, it's tabletop model gaming. And some people are into Warhammer just for the painting and the enjoyment. Other people are in for the gaming. And then other people are in for the painting and the gaming. So right now I'm just into the building and the painting. So with that, yeah, we're going to continue on. And like I said, we've got the arc there. We also have got some other stuff going on. You can see we've got another huge model over there that we 3D printed. We'll take a look at that. But yeah, we got some good stuff. So let's go ahead and drive on. We got George, the ever faithful George is back with us. How you doing, sir? And appreciate the like. Those are always welcome, by the way. It's kind of like Christmas in July is when you like and subscribe to the channel. So I appreciate that. So with that, let's go ahead and we'll hit this and go back and take a look and get cracking on this. We made some good progress yesterday. Let me get my tablet up and running. We're good to go. This is that heavy construct model that I ended up making, and that came out pretty well. I'm printing out another one. I'm changing how I'm doing the printing on that. So we should get some better results. But this is what we end up with so far. And a lot of good details. Nothing too crazy or out of the ordinary in regards to problems, just a few minor things. Like the head and the neck. Really small piece that goes on there. We had to build this arm. I'm not sure why they couldn't have, just printed that out and, but they did. But really kind of minor stuff. The rest of it turned out pretty good. No complaints. In hindsight, worked out pretty well. So, and we finished up on this. So we finished up here and we got both of those sides done. So we got that one and that one on those big things there, so we're good. And now we're going to move on to this piece right here that goes on towards the front. So those will go in these slots right here. So what we're looking at is 43 and 44. So we will pull out our trusty sprues. And there's 33. This is 30. Well, what is that? 44 and 43. So where are we at? 43 and 44. So these two right here. Go ahead and get our little nippers and we'll get back to it. Which isn't too bad. It's been a good model so far. So that was 43, so that'll go on that side. And then this one is 44. And we're enjoying it. We just got back from a brunch, the wife and I, and the weather's already getting hot and humid. And so it's like 86 degrees at 11:30, and it's going to get even worse. George says the tiny neck piece was evil. Yeah, that was a doozy. I was like, seriously? Really? Oh yeah, I did get a new emery board. So 180 and 240. So, because this one is basically, yeah, it's just like a smooth board. We've used we got our money's worth out of that. So, and it's got a little bit of flex in there too. It's like 1,000 won. So it's like 60 some odd cents to get this little thing here. So not bad. Let's see, we'll just do. This board's a little bit different. Because even though it's a okay, just a tad different, but not too bad. George says he just got his new hot end in. Congratulations. Adventive. Hey Steve, I just watched the airbrush video. Good info on it, thanks. I'm in the near future. I'm looking for a good airbrush setup. I will check with you when I'm ready. Yeah, I like for the airbrush stuff, I started out with like a Galeri, no-name Chinese, basically a no-name Chinese brand off of Amazon. And I was having the hardest time. And even the real no-names, they just weren't worth it. And I thought it's just like there must be some magic to doing airbrushing. But if you go with like a WADA, they're pretty good. Harder and Steenbeck are really good. Those are always good. They're a little pricey, but the WADA ones, you can get some decent airbrushes for that amount of money and get started in it. The thing that I did is that I got an airbrush that was super cheap, and it was a cheap airbrush, and it just gave me problems all the time, which made me doubt even doing airbrushing. And then when I ended up getting the Harder and Steenbeck, it was like night and day. Now, granted, good equipment isn't going to replace skills, but there is something to be said for quality tools and kind of raising the bar to a certain level. If you've got a good airbrush versus a crappy one, the good one will always do better than the crappy one. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I just look for something on Amazon that gets like at least 70-75% successful ratings, and you should be good to go. Alrighty, let's see here. We should go like this. And so we've got this right here, this little shape here is going to marry up with this little shape right there. And so it's kind of, that'll pop on like that. And it almost press fits in there. That's nice. So you can see how that's going to work on that. So the fact that it press fits in there is nice. So what we'll end up doing, we'll get our little Tamiya. I'm going to get another bottle of this and make some sprue goo. Because as was brought out, that can really be helpful in filling in gaps, which we do have a few gaps, like in this guy's armor on the top. So that would be worth getting. And then we'll just kind of prep the inside of this a little bit, put some on the outside. And we'll take this, Press fit into there, and boom, we are good to go. We'll do the same thing for the other side. Just run a big bead of that there. And we'll go ahead and put that on there. And boom. So yeah, I mean, this is coming along pretty good, honestly. Of course, it's a bigger model, so it's a little bit easier than some of the smaller models, which is good. So it's a good, we're enjoying it. Let's see. But yeah, I definitely need to order another bottle, and we'll make some sprue goo. Now we got some big side panels that are going to go. And this is going to make something interesting, because when we paint this, I think we're going to paint this in sections so we can get some good coverage. We'll see how that works out. So this one we're going to need 40, 39, and 40, which are these right here. This is 39, this is 40. So as we have this sitting like this, according to the picture, 40 will go on this side and 39 will go on the other, which I don't understand. If you're doing it by the numbers, there's 40, there's 39. I mean, if I was making directions, I would do 39 and 40, because the majority of the world reads from left to right. But that's a minor complaint. So we'll adapt. Da, 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 no, 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 no. And Adventive says, Airbrush Cool Runner 2 dual fan air tank compressor system deluxe kit with gravity free feed airbrush 24 color acrylic paint set, hose holder, cleaning pot, mixing cup, sticks, and how-to guide. That sounds good. Just look at the reviews, and of course on Amazon or wherever, and then of course YouTube. And sounds like a good deal. And especially a compressor. Even a cheap little tank compressor from like Harbor Freight or whatever. That's what I ended up getting, and it was great. It makes a huge difference to have a tank. No pulsing. And yeah, nice steady stream of paint that doesn't cause you problems. So that sounds good. Do-do-do-do. After we do some primer, I'm not too worried about that. Alrighty. So this is gonna go, and that, if I'm seeing this right, That will go on there. Oh, I forgot a little piece. So we see this piece here, and it is going to go right in this slot here. So we can see this is going to marry up with that there. So basically, that is the connection point. And we also have these connection points here. So we got the plug on this side, and then we've got the little slots where these two will meet. So let's go ahead and we'll put a little bit of glue in there. And then we'll put some more glue there. And we'll kind of prep this up a little bit. And then we will put that like that. I'll make sure that these little pieces go into those holes. And let that sit a little bit, and we are good to go. And just to make sure, do a little bit there, a little bit there, and then right along that seam there. To get into those cracks, and right in there to where that seam is at. So it gets into the crevasses. And yeah, painting this is going to be a bear, because now all of those little pieces that are here are going to be covered up by this. So painting this is going to be interesting. I've already, as I went through the directions and everything, this already became evident. So this is going to be a bear to paint, but I thought about priming these and then putting them together, and I was like, you know what, honestly, I don't think I care that much. I mean, I care a little bit, but I don't think I care that much. So it'll be what it will be. Which is interesting, because I saw somebody take a model and they painted everything on the sprue, and then they took it off, the sprues, cut them all off and put them all together, and then after that they went through and they just did like little touch-up work. So I was like, that's interesting. So I was like, we'll see how that goes. Okay, and the same thing, we'll marry up those two there so that it fits in. We'll put those in the holes. And we'll just kind of hold that for a little bit, and we're good to go. George says, seems risky. I don't know. The only thing I think is that if you, let's say if you do your base or your primer on all your stuff while it's still on the sprues, I mean, you'd get good coverage, and then you cut them out. You might have some minor touch-ups to like where the connectors are, but for the most part, everything would be painted. So you still have to do a little bit of touch-up, but I don't think it would be that bad. So I don't know, something to think about. And we will do our little bit of extra paint in there. Like so. And in there as well. We should be good. All good. All good. Let's see what else we got. So yeah, we're good to go. So this tells me that we've got the next chapter. And this is where we're going to make that decision, or normally people would make the decision to go between a Ghost Ark or the Doomsday Ark. What we're going to end up doing is we're going to be taking and having the big, huge Doomsday Ark gun on the bottom, but yet we're going to have this on the top. And because like where this gun connects up to, there's like these two receptacles. So like if you did this one here, can we get that in frame? Yeah, so if we did this one here, the gun would be connected up to here, and then these pieces are connected up to this with the kind of the horseshoe going down. But what we're going to do is we're going to put the gun on this one, and then this part with the horseshoes up are going to go up on here. And we might have to do some minor trimming on like some of these connections, but I've already seen online where somebody has done this, and you can have the troop carrier like this with the gun down below. So that's what we're going to shoot for. Some glues don't get along with paint. That's a good point. That is a good point. So, like if you're doing a sprue, and say, for example, like let's take a look at this sprue. So let's say if we were going to paint all this, obviously on this side it wouldn't be bad because we don't have any connections. But we have places where like maybe if you have the connector there, or like this is a connector, that exactly would cause some problems. So you might have to do some sanding to get the glue to apply. But on the other side of this, you have these plugs and holes. You definitely would want to paint this side of the model. So I don't know, I guess you'd have to be selective on the stuff that you paint. So it's still doable. I just thought it was an interesting idea, but yeah, that would definitely be something you'd have to keep in mind. Now this is going to be interesting because we've got all of these dudes that we've got to build because they are going to be in the transport mode. And as you can see, you know, you do your horseshoes, you put all this together, and then you have your guys that are built and you put them between the two horseshoes, and then so on and so forth until you get all 10 guys made. And then we continue on and you get all the guns, and then see how on this one you put the cap on the top, and then this troop carrier goes on that bottom. So that's what you end up here. So you'd have the cap, but you have two of these. So instead of connecting it right here, connect it up to the top, and we'll use the bottom for the gun. So that's what we're looking for. And I think it'll work out good because you can do either one. Now we just need to build a bunch of guys. So we can set this guy aside. I think we'll just put him there. Oops. I'll try to keep him so we can keep an eye on him. And so here we're looking at 62, 63, 64, and 65. So times 2, times 2, times 2, times 4. And then we have 67 times 2, 68 times 4, and 69 times 4. And then we have 58 times 4 times 2 times 2 times 2. And then the heads times 6 times 2 times 2. Too many numbers. Numbers. Okay. Let's see if we can fight through this. So we'll leave this here. This is where that age 12 and up comes in, because we got so many numbers. And I'm really linear. Do 1 plus 1 plus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, boom. This is going to be a little different. So 62 to 65. So we need to find these. This is a heavy sprue. I'm pretty amazed at this. Okay, so we got 62, and we're supposed to have 2 of those. Let's just go ahead. Dun, dun, dun. George says, experience from when he built a shuttlecraft model kit. So that's with the paint thing and everything. I get it. So let's go ahead and we'll do the 62s here, and we'll set those aside in the appropriate piles as it shows in the picture. Pictures are good. So there's the 62. So I'll put that there, and we got 2 of those. So we need to find the other 62. I bet you it's on the other sprue. Yep, 62. So these kind of the same. And that is a 62, so we got 2 of those, and then we got 63, which is this one here. And again, I'm not sure why they have a missing leg when they did the legs on the other one. I think it's just to piss you off. So there's, is that a 63? So I got that one there. And then we need another 63, which is, no, that's 64. Oh, we need to go back to this one. See, I told you, advanced mathematics. It's a little rough. We're getting into the 12 plus thing for this model. So that is there. And we got 2 of those, and then we do 64 and 65 is the big one, because we got 4 of those. But 64, we got 2. 64. Goes there. I switch to the other sprue for the other 64. Now 65, which is this guy right here. 65 and 65, because we got 4 of those. So again, we will pay attention to detail to try to keep all this in order. And then that will be this one here as well. Kind of assembly line. We're going to another sprue. It's complicated. It's pushing my limits. Somebody was talking about how they took all the pieces off of the sprue and then they tried to put it together. Not on this model, but on some other model when they first started. And he didn't realize that at the time, directions existed for a reason, because there were small differences in the model, and he had a hell of a time trying to get everything together correctly. So, and I was like, yeah, could you imagine that? Taking all this stuff off and making a big giant pile? And then like trying to figure out the small little tiny pieces. That would be insane. You'll be painting this one for days. No, I don't think so. I'm really going to power through and just try to knock this out. I'm not going to go like into crazy detail like what I did here, but you know, we'll get into some, you know, some decent looking stuff, but I'm not going to go crazy on it. I don't know. I say that now. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so now that we've got these, it talks about, we've got 67, we got 2 of those. So let's find that. There's a 67. But yeah, that would be crazy. So we will put this kind of just like what we see in the picture here. Like so. And then we got to go to the other one and do the same thing, 67. And we got 2 of those. Which room do I got? I'm going to just over it a little bit. And then we got 4 68s. So this is 69, 69. These are 68s. And the 268, 2 68s, 2 each. 3. And then the other 68. George says he saw somebody take everything off the sprue, but then he labeled everything in individual bags. That's a good idea. That would work. Again, doing it by the numbers. And then we need 69. So this and that. 69 is good. I like 69. It's a good number. And how many of those we got? We got 4 of those as well. And we got 2 more 69s. How many 69s can you do in one day? I can honestly say now I've done 4. That ought to be a record. It's a record. Sorry, children. And we've got that. Oh no. Now we have more. Now we have the torsos. Holy crow. This is going to be interesting. We're going to have to move some stuff up. Can we get about right up? Going to make some room for some torsos. Whatever I do, do not sneeze. Don't sneeze. Torsos. And we notice that we've got a little bit of different torso action because Game Workshop, as you can see, has different torsos. So I need 4 58s, 2 each 59, 2 each 60, and 2 61. So 58. Let's do 4 of those. 58. Which is this guy and this guy. These there, so 2 58s. 58 and 58. We'll do the same thing. got those. We're good to go. 2 59s, which we have 59 right there. Switch to the next sprue. 59. And 60. Oops, 60. So how many 60? It's going to be 2 of these. We have 1 on this sprue. So 260, back to the other sprue. And there's 60 right there. Same. And then 261. Or 2 each of item 61. Okay, we got all those. We'll save the heads for later. So now, so we put these on these. But my question is, you've got items 62, 63, 64, 65, but then you've got 2 of these, 4 of these, and 4 of these. So 8, that's 10. That's 8, that's 10. Okay. But then, yeah, 4, 2, 2, and 2. And then on the 66, it doesn't say how many of 66 there is, but it has a 66 number there to connect on to these pieces here, and there's no number on how many of those there are. So considering that we've got 10 guys, I'm going to say 10 of those. This is the part that makes me nervous. So 66, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so all those there. Attention to detail. At least they're not different. So we got that going for us. We can just that's comforting. let's just do this, this, that, that. That. Try to. And that. We should be. Pop those out. Maybe get this one here. That is also a 68. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got all of those. So let's just. I missed a couple. Imagine that. What are the odds? Alrighty. So if that wasn't confusing enough, and the heads we can leave for later because the heads can be interchangeable. I'm not worried about that. Even though it does say it has different heads. You know, some with short chins, long chins. But now, so like this one has 60, item 62, there's 2 of these. And then you have 67, there's 2 of these. And then I'm assuming you would take 64, item 63, which has 2, and 64 has 2. You'd use this piece here that has 4 of those. And then the remaining 4 of these will marry up with 4 of those. That's what I'm guessing. That's what it seems like. Let me take a swig. Some beverage. Stay hydrated. Terry's here. Says good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, it is afternoon. It's just after 12. And let's see. Are we really gonna mess with sanding these? Maybe a little bit. I don't care about the bottom because those are going to be on the bottom. Oops. I don't know if I like this. I don't think this is 240. It seems like it's a bit rough. This is a new emery board. And I got it because it says it was 240, but in all honesty, it seems a little rough. This is the boring port. The exchange rate in Korea is like 1460. And we're going to see, it's probably going to go down a little bit more. But then coming towards like November, December timeframe, from what economists are saying, it'll probably dip back up. But it is going to be an interesting time with the Korean stock market and the exchange rate. So it will be an interesting little thing that we got going on here. But 1460 is still a good exchange rate. Now, do I need to really sand these? I don't know. Probably not too much. Maybe I can just trim these. Yeah, I think we'll just trim it and call it good on those. Has a stock market bounce back from Monday? SK Hynix has ended up, they took a bunch of their money and put it back into Korean won, and so that's why we're seeing a dip down in the market for the exchange rate anyway. And so but that's a temporary thing. So like I said, in probably fall and winter time frame, we will get it'll bounce back to around the 1500s for the exchange rate. As far as the Korean stock market, I'm not really sure. I haven't really paid attention as much as I normally do, because it's kind of like, it'll do whatever it does. And I'm not in the Korean stock market, so I don't really care. So, but it does have some bearing on our situation, but it's not too bad. Either way, we'll be doing okay. You know, being debt-free, that is the way to go. And then if your investments are okay, good. Oh, I like this. It was just on those other pieces. So why didn't they do all the same? Okay, I'll just leave those. And then we have these. That sure didn't act like 240. It really doesn't. That seems a lot rougher than 240. I don't know if I like that. Let me go see if I can find another emery board. Steal it from my wife. Let's see what happens. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. Let's see. Hey, hon, do you have any other nail files? Like those emery boards? I know we got like this one here, but...
You can use that if you need it.
Well, not this one. Do you have like a strong one?
The metal one, I have it.
Oh, I don't need a metal one. I'll have to pick some up from Daiso.
Yeah, we can go get it.
Yeah,
But you've been asking for it, so I grabbed it once.
Yeah. I use it It works.
Yeah, we can go after sundown today.
Yeah,
Or tomorrow.
or tomorrow. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Weekend is probably too busy, too hot and humid. Okay, so supposedly this is 400 by 300. We'll see. Ooh. I almost thought I messed everything up. I was going to be like, no. That is super smooth. That is like crazy smooth. This is better. So let's see if this works. It might be too soft. Yeah, it's like too soft. So I need to get the old emery boards. So I guess we'll just have to just do that. But yeah, we got our Korean apartment just in time. Talk about the stock market and investing. Our investment property. It's just pulling in 1.9 million a month, which is in Korean won. So don't get, I'm not a millionaire in US dollars. I don't think we're good. I think we're good on that. I think we'll leave those. Now these, I think we just clean these up with the nippers. And we should be good. But yeah, and even with our small mortgage on a Korean investment property, we'll pull in American dollars. We'll pull in about $650 a month, which is it's a reasonable sum. Hold on. Seriously. Hold on to the plastic, Wilson. Maybe it'd be better to hold it this way. Yeah. Would it be better to do it like this? Maybe that's a better way. So we'll get a few extra nickels towards the hobby stuff. Which will be nice. Get a little pay increase in my hobby allowance. Have your investments pay for your hobbies. Okay, we're just about good trimming here. Okay. 400 isn't bad. Maybe? No, that's too... It actually will... Yeah, this is worthless. Unless you're doing like... Okay, so now we're going to take 2 of these, which are these 2 here, and get 2 of the 67s, which are these here. And these are going to marry up, so you have a post there, and then you have the receptacle there. So it's going to go like that, and then this is going to sit right in there. So we'll go like that. Okay, that's not too bad. Just need to clean this up just a hair. A little more money toward your F513 visa? Oh yes. So this will, yeah, the F513 visa will be good because I'll need that, the investment property, and then I will need my Social Security, and then I'll be able to get the F513 visa. And if we can get that little booger in there, boom. And we are good. So we'll put a little bit in there. Get that good and saturated with glue. And a little bit there, a little bit there. And we'll go along the bottom. And there. Make sure that's pressed into there. Yeah, we'll be good to go. And we got my thumbprint. Okay. So we got that one and that one. So I'll set that off to the side. We're going to have to do a tiny little bit of trimming, because that's what was causing a little bit of a problem. Other than that, we're good. Pop that into the hole. Add a little bit of pressure and we are good. Gonna feel a little bit of pressure. Okay, so we got those two done. And so these next two are gonna be part of these four. So we'll do the same thing. Like that. We'll get this. Oh. And a little bit of glue on that. Into there. Put the thing in the hole. And it should be good. Once again, another fingerprint on the. So you get that one, and then this one and this one. Ding, ding. There, and then we take these, put two more of those. That's a lot of glue, but that's okay. And a little bit there, a little bit there. And a tiny bit there and there. Just to make sure all that is good. A little more money toward your F513 visa, yes. I got a couple more years before I can draw my Social Security at 62. And so with the pension money that I have and all that other stuff, and with the rental income, we should be good to go. And we'll be able to meet that requirement for the F513, which is twice the GNI, gross national income of Korea, which is about 36,000 a year. So at 62 years old, as soon as I get that check, I'm going to be putting in for my F513 visa, which here in Korea will give me permanent residency. Which will be good, because then I won't have to dick around with the regular visa that I'm on right now, which is the F4 visa, which I got to redo every 3 to 5 years or something like that. So no more renewable visas. I'll be a permanent resident, and I just need to update my fingerprints every 10 years. And address, that'll be it. So yeah, it'll be good. Goody good. Let me check these first. Yeah, this is a good one. So we won't have to mess with this too much. Ding. Ding. That's a lot. That's okay. And that. Hold that in there. So yeah, that'll be good. I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be less pain and hoops I need to jump through. So good stuff indeed. I'm putting these all in a row. So off to the side here, I've got them all in a row. So I'm keeping them in line. So that way I don't have to make any mistakes. Terry says, we're going to check into F513 after we've been there for a little while. Yeah, it's, you know, he's just try with the F1 and the F4 visa, and yeah, you'll be good to go. And the thing is, I mean, even though we have our F1 and F4 visas, if we don't like it, we can always just go back to the US, or we can go to some other country or whatever. We don't have to. We don't have to stay, because it's a multi-entry and exit visa. So if you want to leave and you never come back to Korea for whatever reason, yeah, it's no big deal. But the F513 does take a little bit longer to process. So 6 to 8 months, normally about 8 months. So, which I'm not sure why. Because usually people who have the F513 have already been in Korea for a while. But I don't know, for whatever reason, they just do more checks, I guess, which is okay. No big problem there. But yeah. But if you do get your F1 and F4 visa, if I could go back in time, because we didn't submit for that visa until we got to Korea, till after we got to Korea. So we came here on a tourist visa, basically. And then we were here like a week and we're like, yep, we want to stay. And then we submitted all this stuff for F1 and F4 visa. And then we had to wait for the process for that visa to get approved, for those visas to get approved, which was about 2.5 months. But it was during Christmas, during the holidays or whatever, so it took a little bit longer. But it worked out good. It was good. So 2.5 months later, matter of fact, it was on 26 December that we got our Korean registration card, basically a green card. And yeah, we're good to go. And then we could open up Korean bank accounts. We could get, permanent cell phone service. And yeah, then we could really settle down. Okay. So we got all this done. No, we need to do this. We finished this up. So now we need to do this. There's all of these, so we just need to put the front torso and the back torso together. Oops. Hopefully I didn't knock those out of order. We'll find out, I guess. Shame on me. So these all have the same backs, so that's good. We'll still do these in order though, because I'm a little nervous. I don't want to get too... And those will... Really, Games Workshop? Really? It's kind of got a pin, like right there. And right there is kind of like a half circle that marries up with a half circle right there, but it's very minimal. But whatever. Just slap a bunch of glue on there and be able to call it good. Like so. Like that. Just put a little dab there. A little dab on that side. And we should be good. We're setting up, Terry says we're setting up an appointment with the consulate as soon as we put in our visas. Cool. It's not too bad. I've heard some people complain in the consulates in the United States, they're kind of slow, or they don't have all the right information. So some people have had problems with that, but if you do, then the best thing to do is just to get in contact with another consulate, another Korean consulate somewhere else, and say, hey, have your spouse that speaks Korean contact them and say, hey, what do we need, and so on and so forth, and you should be good to go. It's not that big of a deal. Just some minor inconveniences maybe, at the most. But But getting your visa before you come to Korea is nice, because then as soon as you get off the plane, you can just jump in, you can get your Korean bank account open, all that stuff, you'll be good to go. Yeah, we're good. I could have done a little bit better on that. Again, we're going by the numbers. But it's been good for us. We have not regretted moving to Korea, but that's just us. Have a little bit of fingerprint action on him. But yeah, we haven't regretted moving to Korea. You know, we don't have anybody in the States. We don't have any ties to the States. We only have our daughter, and well, take that back. We do have one tie to the States. That's my aunt, and she's awesome. I have a very cool aunt. I mean, my grandparents passed away. My grandparents were cool. But the only good person left over in the States is my aunt, as far as family. So. Alrighty, we're 2 and 2. Only got 2 left out of the 10. Terry says we'll start in Godok and check the area and then check some other places before we settle on a location. Yeah, that's good. That's a good plan. Godok is nice. It is a brand new. It's probably a real new city. It's not probably, it is. And it is really, really nice. So, and it's getting so big. Holy crows, are getting big. So that would be, walkability is great. Location-wise, it's great. Cleanliness, again, it's new. It's one of the newer places. So there's that. Let me get some dingleberries on his. If we could afford it, we would have gone, but it's nice. That's where that Kong Cafe is at, which is really good. And they're putting in a new concert center or whatever for like fine arts and stuff like that. They're building a new library. It is just, it's pretty impressive. So, but if you check the country, check some other places. One place I would not go would be Daegu, because holy crow, the summer is coming up, and that place is the hottest place in Korea. So I would not go to Daegu. People down there are, yeah, it's going to be rough this next month. Alrighty. So we got all those. And now we have heads. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 heads, and it doesn't really matter where the heads go. And then we've got 70 times 5. That one times 5 for the places on the left and right of their little feetsies. Let's do some heads. Let's get a head. Let's get some head. It's always good to get head. Let's get a head. We're looking 55, 56, and 57. So, where is that at? Here we go. 55, 55, 55. And we're going to have 6 of those. So on this sprue, there's 3. 3 on the other sprue. So let's get us some head. Ooh, seriously? Really? That's how we're going to start the head? I got to get on my knees. Because it dropped on the floor. Oh. Okay. So that's 1. So we got to be careful here. 2. That's 3. And we'll go to the other sprue. Terry says that would be a spring or fall visit. That's good. Spring or fall is not bad at all. It's just in winter, it's just going to be cold wherever you go. But the summer is going to be the kicker. Because Korean summers are not good. So if you're looking for a cooler place, yeah, that'll be try to find some higher elevations, or look on the maps for like average yearly temperature to see where you're going to be going. Okay, so we got those. We need 56 for heads. I'm going to find some more head. Okay. There's a 57 there. It was 102 there yesterday. Yeah. Ooh, that would not be fun. So yeah, Daegu is not, this is not a place I would want to live. I would move unless you had some type of real good reason to be there, like family or whatever. There's 56. You got 2 of those. Okay. And it's not even hot yet. Wait until next month. It's going to be a kicker. Holy crow, it's going to get hot. It'll get even worse down there. That is like the worst place for heat anyway. So there's a little head that we got. And where's the other one? There it is, right there. Is that it? Yep, 57. Yeah, I could imagine that because it's going to get even worse. Daegu is always like the worst place for the heat, no matter when I've ever been in Korea. But it'll definitely get worse now. Alrighty, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Time for a swig. Got to stay hydrated. We were talking about the air conditioner yesterday and how much it's going to cost, and is that a concern? And I'm like, nope. Whatever the cost is for the air conditioner, I am good. It could be 400,000 won, 500,000 won. I don't care. I will pay it because I like the air conditioner. The heat index where I'm at in Texas will be 111 tomorrow. Holy crow. Yeah, Texas is no joke either. So, yeah, that, what was it? I think it was Fort Sam. It's where my daughter had to do like medical stuff for her doctor or whatever. Holy crow. That was insane. Okay, so now we just got to put on a bunch of heads on all of those dudes. So let's, we got to put the torsos on the body, and then we put the heads on. So we will do this in the order, and it just sits like that. There's no like, they didn't do us any favors by, you know, having a click. I guess you just kind of hold it and just do that and make it look good. It would be nice if there was like a hole in a post that would, you know, or a slot that would make it good. But no. We're not going to do that. So we're just gonna, I can just kind of line it up and hopefully it will stick like so, and hopefully we're good. Yeah, that's, it's a little sus. A little suspect, a little doubtful. But that's okay. We can deal with it. And then we'll put a little bit on here. I'll do the same thing. And I think what we'll do is we'll go back and then we'll add a little bit of more glue after these set, just in case. And so that way we can make sure. Come on now. Yeah, Texas is no joke. That was way too hot in Texas, like Austin. What was it? Fort Hood, Austin area. What was the other military base there? I can't remember the name of it. But we went and visited when our daughter graduated. And holy crap, that was just like, I mean, Texas is great. But holy crow, I would be inside all day long. It's like I would eat too much in Texas. Oh, but Texas? Holy crow. The HEB, I love HEB stores. That is incredible. HEB is the way to go. That just puts Walmart to shame. HEB was so awesome. So yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Are we going to HEB tomorrow? Oh, dang it. That was so awesome. It's just so clean and nice. Lots of, I mean, it really does. Those HEB really puts Walmart to shame. That's for sure. So it is definitely the way to go. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5. This will be 6. So we're getting there. There was just so, like in, what was that? San Antonio. That was it, San Antonio. Is where her daughter was at doing the medical thing down there. So many good restaurants. Holy crow. It was, if the weather wasn't as hot as, I would have considered trying to, well, I would have considered trying to retire in Texas, but I don't think we still would have had the money to retire in Texas. But I like going to the actual butcher counter and get my steaks cut. Oh yeah, yeah, it's without a doubt. HEB is the way to go. It just puts everywhere else to shame. And when we stayed there for a while, but got a little 1 month Gold's Gym membership, hit the gym, did all that stuff. It was really, really nice. People were great for the most part. So only 2 left, and then we can move on. Move on to the heads. So it was good. Texas was nice. We saw the Alamo. We did, went on the river walk. That was really nice. Hot. But holy crow, heat rash. It's definitely, you look for places that have air conditioning. So, alrighty, I think we got our 10. Oh, we got one left. Dang it. I was a little ahead of myself. And then we'll go back and we'll add a little bit of extra glue. And then we got all our heads to do. So let's go ahead. And we'll put a little bit more glue on these guys. So we'll just kind of flood that a little bit. Soak that in there. Terry is saying they're moving their headquarters from New Jersey to Texas. They have 3 big facilities just outside of Austin. Imagine that. What are the odds? Going to the place that has more tax breaks for businesses and is not so punitive. So they're going to take all those jobs and bring them to Texas. It's kind of like everybody leaving California. Yeah, California's going down the crapper. There's so many big businesses that are leaving out of there. It's crazy. And when all those businesses leave, they're taking the jobs with them, and all of that revenue from jobs and taxes and all that stuff is going to go away. So Texas is going to be making out like a fat rat. And so is Florida and a number of other places. Holy crow, we're getting there. And now we have some head. We got to deal with some more head stuff. I might have to use the... Holy crow, that is small. This little... I don't think I care about the chins. I think I just care about the top of the heads. There's a couple more California companies are headed to Texas. Really? Why am I not surprised? I used to live in California, San Bernardino. I had family that lived there. We lived there. And people in Burbank. Had some family members working at Universal Studios, like, you know, big people. Back in the day when, like, Charlton Heston was, you know, a big name. Planet of the Apes, when the original movies came out. And let's see, Telly Savalas, stuff like that. You know, some of the older actors and stuff. So I got to meet them as when I was a kid, and it was always cool. But yeah, you couldn't pay me to move back to California. Alrighty. Now we can put the heads on there. Glue those guys in there and we're good to go, and then we'll move on to this. So, and I think we'll save all this for the next video. So let us get on to the head, which this is going to be interesting because it just, you've got like that little piece, like right there. It's just kind of a little sunken in, and that's going to marry up with the head on the bottom there. And again, no post and hole. It's just going to kind of sit there, and that'll be it. So I'm wondering if I need some tweezers. Let's see what happens. Put a little bit of glue there. See if we can. Just kind of set that in like that. Oh no. I put too much pressure on his spine. Shit. Seriously? Really? That's what you're going to do? Yeah, his spine is cracked. He's going to be looking a little the other direction, and his spine is horribly. We're going to have to get some super glue to fix the spine because that is cracked. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get some real super glue to fix the spines, because that is just a real bad weak point. This is not going to work. So we got to get this going. Let me see. I got to go and get, let's see, we got a couple more comments. Terry says, I was stationed at Vandenberg Air Force Base by Lompoc and San Marino, California. Oh, cool. I need to get some toothpicks because this is going to be too wide. Let me see if I got some. I'll be right back. Do we have toothpicks? Toothpicks. I didn't hear. Good deal.
Well, you gotta write it down, guys. So
Daiso. Need toothpicks.
you can use a needle if you want.
I think I can just use what I got over here. Just next time we go to Daiso, we'll pick up some
You gotta
toothpicks.
write it down.
Write it down, yeah. Yep, need toothpicks. Thought we had some, but we don't. So, we're gonna have to improvise. We have our skewers. I don't know. This might work. Maybe we can just put a little dab in there. Yeah, that can work. And then we'll use the CA glue, and then we'll just do a quick little spritz of activator. And I'm not really concerned about getting just kind of put that in there like that and set them on the side, and we should be good. Maybe we should do some on the other side as well. Like so. And then we'll just do a little spritz off screen. And that'll harden up, and we're good to go. Because, yeah, that is a weak point. It is a definite weak point. Again, little spritz off screen. And I'll do the same thing to all of these. Just a little dab. That is like, it is so delicate. So if you had like that, spritz. You know, you probably wouldn't have this many problems if you had a little notch and post with this. But you don't. The last thing I want to do is get this thing all jacked up. Still trying to put it into the thing or whatever. I want to have a real nice, I want my guys to be sturdy. I don't want them to be all jacked up. Put that in there like so. And then we can move on to the head. And we're good. Okay. Good, good. Good. And a great thing about these is that, I mean, these little skewers, wood skewers, boom, they're small. You can do what you need to do. I was thinking about trimming it down a little bit to make it smaller, but it'll do in a pinch. And it works out good. Now, and the CA glue for this stuff works out really well. So now, maybe we, you know what? We can use this CA glue because this sets up faster than this stuff. We'll just have to be careful to make sure that we get the heads in the right position. So let's try that out. Let me just put a little dab like so. And then we can grab our head and put it on like that, and that works. Should we spritz this? That's the question. I don't think we need to. We'll just set it down carefully. And we'll see how that works. Okay, that guy's head is... I mean, that, we already glued that guy, but... we'll set that over there. Maybe we'll revisit him. But these guys... just do a little dab. A little bit of head. Boom. And there we go. just keep an eye on it, make sure the heads don't like roll off or fall off. Because once this stuff sets, it is done. I look a little bit sideways, but that's okay. Give him a little character. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. We just want a little bit. And the goal is to not get super glue on my fingers. I like that little skull action we got. Ah, man, painting these are going to be a pain in the butt if we build this whole thing together. So, this could be, I don't know how we're going to do this. I'm almost tempted to build these guys and then paint them, and then we can take it from there, because that will be quite the ugly endeavor of trying to paint this after this is all put together, the more I'm thinking about it. Because once these are all in, holy crow, it's going to be wild. Because if you look at the picture, it's like, yeah, you're going to have some issues. And there's that guy there. Oops. Got like 3 down. Three more to go. This one and 2 more. Oh no. Stay. Seriously? Come on. Rotate these guys so in case gravity comes into play, we can. But this CA glue is really good. That came with this. Okay, looking pretty good. And we're coming up on the last head. This is the last head we're getting today. Makes me sad. And boom, there it is. So yeah, imagine painting all of this is going to be rough when they're all sitting inside of this thing that we're building. Holy crow, that is going to be insane. And think about painting these guys. Like I said, this is going to be a little rough because if we look at the picture of this, imagine trying to paint these guys in this like that. There is no way. We're going to have to paint these guys separate. So we're going to have to stop. We're going to have to paint these guys and then go through. Well, if we're going to stop and paint these guys, we might as well put these together, these little horseshoe things, and paint those. And if we're going to do that, we might as well put this thing together, but we can't put that together because each one of these sections fits into the next one to make that whole long line. So you see the problem we're running into. I mean, this guy is going to cause us enough problems painting already with what we have here. This is going to be a bear. And I don't want to do the same thing again for all of these guys or these pieces here. And then you have the guns and all that stuff. Yeah, we're going to have to paint this separate. Good thing we found this out now. Now, if you're just doing this as the Doomsday Ark, well, you'd still have the same thing because you have all these horseshoes going down and then you have the gun in there. So you're going to have to take, you got to have something in the instructions that say, okay, stop, start painting. Because there's no way, yeah, you're going to be able to paint those guys in this assembly like that. There's just no way. And then the same thing for the cannon. So. Terry says that reminds me when I was rebuilding some small electronic components a couple of years ago. Yeah. I know what you're talking about there because I did some electronics work in the past when I was an electronics technician in the state of Colorado. And unfortunately, the electronics I was working on was like insanely old. They had a circuit board, and then you had switches and lights and stuff coming in to open, cell doors, prison doors, all of that stuff. Warning lights when the door is open, when the door is closed, some indicator lights. But the problem that we ended up having is that these control panels were so old, they had basically like wired grounds, but it was like soldering material. And if you had to solder a resistor within the circuit to replace a switch or something else, and you had to solder the ground at this common ground wire, you put your soldering iron on it, it would melt that wire. And so, yeah, you had to do it really quick. And if it got too hot, your ground wire would just melt. It was insane on how that was even a thing. And I remember the first time I worked on one, it was, a boss was like, oh, you just got to repair a couple of switches, no big deal. Replace some LED indicator lights for blah, 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 and whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, I can do that. And then as when I got into the board and the control panel, I lifted it up and I'm just like, it's a mass of wires. It was, I swear to God, it was like a rat's nest full of wires. And oh, by the way, there was mouse poop and actual rat's nests in the massive wires. It looks like some wire, just they threw a bunch of wire in there and threw a grenade in it. It exploded. Nothing was labeled. Nothing was routed. Nothing was cable tied. It was horrendous. And I'm just like, holy crap, that is insane. So it ends up, and you try to fix one thing, and then because of that ground wire bus, it ends up, it was like that would create other problems. And then that's when I found out that my boss was like, yeah. He hated doing that, so he gave that to me as my job. It was like, holy shit. So yeah, he came back, and it was like almost 3 hours later, because there was multiple switches that I had to replace, and then multiple LEDs that were out on the control panel, and all of them went to those similar types of ground wires, ground buses that would melt. Basically, it was almost like soldering wire that you had to attach the ground to that wire. It was like, it's like something I'd never seen. It's like, who the hell made this? And it was like, yeah, this was when the prison first opened, and it was horrible. It was indeed the worst. So my boss comes back, and he ends up, he's like, so how's it going? And he had this look on his face, and I'm like, this is horrible. How is this? How are people not dying because of the state of things in this prison if all the electronics are like this? And he's like, he told me with a straight face, and he was serious. He said, this is the easy stuff. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Holy crow. Yeah, it was, and he was surprised. He's like, the work that I ended up doing, he was like, I'm really surprised that you're doing so well at this. He goes, I can't do that what you're doing right there. He said it would take him twice as long. So there was that. That is crazy, though. Holy crow. Okay, since we're going to have to paint these guys separate, that is definitely going to be a thing. So, yeah, we're going to have to paint these guys separate. But we can do these because there's 6 of these, and that's, how many do we got on the box? How many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think what we'll end up doing is we'll put these together so that we get this assembly, and then we'll paint these things with these guys. And once we get the guys and these horseshoes finished, then we can go ahead and put these things together like this. So yeah, we're going to have a fun time. So we'll do this right here. And then in between this and this, we will paint these guys and the horseshoes, and then we'll come back and we'll put all this crap together. Yeah, that's going to be a bear. Okay. Well, then Terry says when he went through solid state electronics class in the Air Force, the final test they gave us a circuit board, a bag of components, and a schematic, and we had to build it. If it worked, you passed. That's funny. Yeah, that sounds similar. We had to do stuff like that for when I was in the Army in communications. You had to replace items and then test it out with a manual to make sure it worked, and you're good to go there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna need pieces, and yeah, it was insane. So we're gonna need 25, 6 of those, 25 and 25, and those will go back to back. So let's find some 25s on here. That's 24. This is a 25. Or no, that's a 26. This is a 25. So it's 25 and 25 go together. And what the hell is a 26? There's 26. There's another 25. And there's a 26. Here's a 25. I think they mislabeled something. Because all we have is 25, 26, 25, 26, 25, 26. Let's check the other one. 25, 26. Same thing. 25, 26, 25, 26. And in the manual, you got 25 and 25. Everybody see that? I'm not crazy. And so you put those together. Let me run through. See if it has 26 listed on here anywhere. And so far we don't see any 26. So they mislabeled. I just want to make sure. So nothing in the blue has a 26. That's the gun. This has 26 and 25. And it says there's 6 of each of those. So it's true. They mislabeled this 25 and 25. You can't do 25 and 25 together, I don't think. Because on this one, they have 25 and 26. And it goes through, does the exact same thing, but they're just upside down. Horseshoes. But it's the exact same thing. Those lying bastards. Those lying bastards. I wonder if they know that they screwed this up. Maybe I need to contact Games Workshop and say, hey, you need to redo your instructions. Let's move these guys out of the way. And let's test this hypothesis. This is, let's see, which one is this? This one is 25, this one is 26. So let's go ahead and we will do the deed. And we will test and see, because I don't think those are all 25s. I might be wrong, but I'm just kind of guessing. I'm not. So this is 25. So just like the picture. And then that's 26. So we'll get another 25 just to prove my point. So this is a 25. But I think, because on the other one it says 25 and 26 go together. And since there's only the certain amount of these, and we don't have extras left over, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm right. We'll find out real quick. Because there's only X amount of 25s. And you're supposed to have 6. 2, 4, and then 6. And that's all we have. Liars. So this is another 25. So according to this, this goes here, but it doesn't. Because the 25 on, so this is 25 because it's got these little things that come down, these. And then this 25 doesn't have the long pieces like this. It only has this piece, which we only see on this one here. So yeah, I was right. Lying bastards. That's why some people probably got pissed off momentarily. I knew it. I knew it, I knew it. And that was 26. So we'll just do this. We'll line them up over here. And do it like that because those are supposed to go together just like that. See, like that, where you got those little notches and have those things there. And boom, there you go. That's how it's supposed to go. So 25 and 26. Yeah. Told you so. Told you so. Told you I was right. And I was. Yeah. Let's see, it's about 2 o'clock. It's almost 90 degrees. And of course, with the feel-like temperature, probably about 91 or 90, probably about 91. And then we're going to have to paint these. I'll take a break and paint them all. Which I mean, usually you do everything, you put it together, and then you paint it, but maybe this will give us a little break from pushing plastic. And then we can kind of experiment on the color scheme. My back is stiff. We've been sitting for a minute. You just put these in the pile because we don't really care anymore. This is the simpler stuff, so definite shapes, different shapes, easy to identify. It's not like body parts where you're like, oh crap, what goes where? Yeah, I don't think I'll do a video of the painting part. because painting is just painting. You're going to slap some paint on there, and you know, with whatever color scheme that you're going to be doing. So we'll just come back after the paint is done, and then we can get back to doing the rest of this. Ding. And we'll have to sand these a little bit. So many pieces. But that is the joy. The pain and the pleasure of building. I need to get a better chair. I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm sitting in the folding chair. Oh, I gotta stretch. Da, 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 da. We're almost there. Get a little bit closer. There. Got all the parts now. Go through. Do a little bit of quick sanding. Not too concerned about that. There's going to be stuff sitting on top of there because basically it's going to be kind of something. Well, it'll be sitting like that, but still do some sanding. Oh, I got that little piece there. Go that. Make another pile over there. So much sanding. Maybe I could go work in a Vietnamese nail shop. Probably not. Time to call it a night. Everyone have a good day. Yeah, you too, Terry. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you and the family have a good one. Notice that on the other ones. Plastic, plastic, pushing plastic. On the Ghost Ark. Ghost Doomsday Ark, because we're going to do both of them. We're going to have the troop carrier and the gun on this at the same time. And if people don't like it, who cares? It will be mine. Good enough. Last one of this. Not like the last one, because there's never last one. It just continues on. And I think we're good. Boom! Alrighty. So now I can go do all of this here, which is the 25 and 26. 26. We can put all those together. And then we'll take a break, and then, yeah, we'll have to do some painting. Wasn't planning on doing painting until the end, but obviously that is not going to be the case. So we will get these, put those together like so, and how those little things there, meet up with those there. And yeah, I wonder if we should just do some regular super glue. Because again, I want this to have some, since it's going to be carrying some weight, let's go ahead and we'll do that. We'll see how this goes. There we got our super glue. Put it in there. We're good to go. And we'll get some good adhesion on that. So that is one application. And put a little bit there. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Two horseshoes. And we move on. We need more glue. Just a little bit. Stay there. Now we do this. Yes, another one. We have three horseshoes. I think we can put the glue on this one. It'd be better. The one that doesn't have the spires. Like that. And boom. So there we go. We got 4. Just a couple more to go. We're doing good, folks. We're doing good. Same thing. Boom, just like that. 5. And then our last horseshoe. Just need a little bit of glue. And dun dun dun. There it is. So we've got them. So we put our glue away. People ask me, why don't you pour it out and push it through this? Because this will dry, the glue that stays in here will dry and it will clog the hole. So I just find it's easier just to dip into that and I don't ruin the bottle of glue. So there it is. We've got our horseshoes. And we've got our Joes. And we'll have to go through and paint these. So the question is, and then after we get all that done, then we can start putting these guys together. Because kind of like what we end up seeing here is I'm not sure how that works. How did these go in? Doesn't go like that. They're side by side. I get that. But, oh, okay. There's some other little pieces that go on the side of these. We forgot about those. Because I jumped too far. Yep, we forgot these. So these pieces, the 70s, and we got 5 of those, and 1 goes on one side, and 5 go on the others. Okay, so I guess we're got a little bit more to do. So we'll put the horseshoes over here. I got too excited. So we get 5 of those and 5 of those for item number 70, and we have 5 guys. So we will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have guys over here that will have go on that side. So pieces that will go on this side on these 5 guys. And then pieces on this side will go on this side. And so now we need 70. And that's our 71, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it'll be the same thing on the other one. So this won't be too bad. And getting tired of cutting plastic, so we're going to have to take a break because I don't want this to get painful. And that's the thing about model building, is if you get tired of doing something, stop. And if it's not fun anymore, stop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And since all of these are the same size, we got to go to the other sprue because they are not, because they're both 70, so there's nothing crazy about these. We can cut them all off. We can sand them and put them on the guys, and we'll be done with this video for this stream. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now we will go to sanding. Maybe I could bring, that's not the one. This is one, even though it doesn't feel like it's soft, I don't think I care. This will just do some quick work of this. So that's done. Might be a little rough on there, but you know what? Who cares? By the time this all gets primed, I don't think anybody will notice these tiny little pieces with a little rough spot on them. Yeah, this is getting to the point of where it's like, fun meter is almost pegged up. So by the time we get these on, we will be good. It'll be an excellent time to take a break. And I can decompress, stretch my back out. Which reminds me, I need to really get a nice chair, because this folding chair it leaves something to be desired. And even my desk chair is broken, and I need to really get a new chair for that as well. So, but that'll be next month. Better wait until I get my allowance. And it's like, I can wait. I need to buy filament. The chair can wait. I need to buy some paint. The chair can wait. So, yeah. But it's hard to find a good chair. That's for sure. I mean, a good sturdy chair. I'm not talking like a cheapo chair. Maybe I need to look at gaming chairs. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Okay, so now, just like in the picture, we're going to have some that are go on the left side, and some will go on the right side. So we will do, kind of like what the picture says, these guys will be the ones on this side, which go on to where? Where? Oh, okay, see where those match up, supposedly? So that isn't a design. These actually go together like that. Ah, you see that? Like that. So, I get it. So we'll do a little bit there. And then we'll do a little bit there. And then we'll put these together. Seriously, I just put them together. There we go. Like so. So like that. And so again, it's going to go like that, boom, and fit in there. So I almost need like another hand. So maybe I just put glue on one part of this. Seriously? Really? That's how you're going to do me? Definitely going to reinforce that with some glue. Or more glue. Okay. Seriously. There we go. And then you do that, and we put a little bit on the sides there too. Now that I'm looking at it. Yep, fun meters getting pegged. Yeah, I can see why. Now you know why I glued this part with CA glue, because just by putting this on here, that would manhandle, that would have split that guy's spine. It would have broke. So yeah, definitely that would be, it was a good call to do, to get that all super glued in there. George says it will pick back up. So now that we got the ones on the left side, which we did, now we're going to do the ones on the right side. So make sure they're orientated to the right side. I need like a pad. I mean, that's a little bit better. And we'll just kind of paint this up. Bum, 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 bum. And we'll do the same thing on this side there. Boom. I'll just reinforce that little piece there. And there. And then there. And there. Just glue everything. And again, make sure that we're in the right orientation. Like that. I could see how people would get frustrated by not paying attention and get caught with your pants down because of that and these little details. So I could totally get that. Okay, we're getting there. Almost flipped that the wrong way. Almost flipped it the wrong way. That would have been bad. Again. Oh, seriously? Really? We're going to drop shit now? Crisis averted. That's a lot. I don't want a lot. You only got 2 more to go. See if we can get this without dropping it. Pressure's on. Don't drop it, Wilson. Yeah, you're gonna have to, if you build one of these, like I said, you're gonna have to, where the torso meets the pelvis and the spine at the base of the pelvis, you will definitely want to use CA glue to reinforce that. Because earlier in the video, just putting a small amount of pressure, barely any, it ended up that, yeah, that would have, we broke that guy's spine basically, or we broke that glue joint. So, and as you can see, actually it's just right where the torso, and then you have this pelvic and that little bit of spine in there. If you ended up just using this cement, Tamiya cement, it would not harden enough and it would still be too loose and you would snap the spine like we almost did. So I took CA glue with some activator and reinforced that, and that is definitely a must do. So we get 1 more. And so that way, just a little bit of pressure, that spine, that connection point that was glued was just bending because it's just not, there's no like notch and hole. It was just horrible. There's no way that would work. Okay, a little bit of A little bit of love. Get in there. Yeah. Get in there. Get some. Good, good, good. A little bit of relief that you know. So definitely some of this stuff you would definitely need some CA glue. Otherwise, all this other stuff, you could use your cement. But I would highly recommend CA glue for that point, which is right there, where the torso meets that little spine. And then as we did, use CA glue for placing of the head, because the Tamiya cement is going to take a long time, and the CA glue just sets faster and it's stronger. So there it is, folks. Now, since we've got all the horseshoes done, and then what that would end up doing is, like, now we could put these guys on here, maybe, sort of. But we're gonna postpone. But just to see how you have the one on the left, on the right, and then the one on the left, and those come together. So you would have these guys coming together like that somehow, and these have got to be sandwiched in, kind of like that connector right there. So you'd have this guy. Boy, that's going to be a bear to do. Oh yeah, this is going to be a joy to do. So you have that guy like that, and then you have this guy will go in that space. So you got to glue those guys together onto this piece, and then the other piece, oh, this is going to suck. This is going to suck, because that has got to go there. This has got to go on that other side, like so. And I don't think that's gonna, see what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to glue these first onto this piece here, and then, damn it, and then you're going to have to get another one and sandwich them in there to the corresponding slots on the other side. Holy crow, that's going to be ugly. So basically, yeah, this is going to be a mess trying to do that. So yeah, you'll have to glue these in first, which is going to be ugly, which you're probably going to have to do with CA glue, and then come back with this other piece, and then with the corresponding hole. We got to turn that around to like that, or we've got that hole there. We could end up, how would this be easier? And we could take that and then just hold that guy in there like that. That might be a little bit easier. Just do something like that, instead of trying to glue these guys into this piece here, because it doesn't really show you how to do that. It just says sandwich them in and boom, you're good to go. But then you have these other joining pieces that are going to be in between here. So it might behoove us to put this together first. Maybe we could put all of these together. Is that? Like that. And like that. George says, ouch, the designer was a sadistic monster. Try a dry run. Yeah. So I'm thinking doing this would be better. But we still have some things that go in between here. This piece and this piece and this piece and this piece. So now the question would be, could we get this guy in there? Yep. With this piece that goes in between here and here, here and here, which we can, because that's a, so we could do that. So, and this might be the better way to do it, is to build this first. Glue this together. That's not going to work. It's going to go the other way. Like so. Like that. And we've got a couple more that we got to do. And of course I've got to switch it around. Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And of course I got to switch it around. Of course. So we could go like that. I knew that was going to happen. There's one of these where it's not, there's something in the way. See, that one fits together nice. So that's good. But there's one of these that is not. So that fits together nice. And then one of these doesn't, because there is a gap. So that fits together nice. So this works and this works. So we can see if this one has that gap. This one has got a little bit of gap. I think that's the one I was talking about, yeah. And is there a reason for that? Or is it just that's the way the plastic is? I mean, the outside seams fit together, but we just got that little gap right in there, not like this one here. So it looks like there was just a little bit of warping that was had with this. So we could just end up gluing all these pieces together. And we'll see if, see how this one, there's some gaps in there. And then there's some gaps in this one. But this one is more pronounced on this side. So I'm wondering if we can take this off and do that. Are we going to get a little bit better? It's still a little bit of warped. Seriously? Really? That's how you're going to do me? So we got that big gap in the middle one. I'm wondering if I could, how we could move that like that, because those seem okay. See, there's a little bit of there's a gap with that one too. So I don't know, maybe we have to just sand these down a little bit, because it seems like that's what the issue is. Get in there. So you might just have to sand down those posts on this thing. On these here. So this one is good. Take that out of the mix. This one might need some sanding. This one looks like it's warped, and that's why we get that, because on the sides it works, but it's this one and this one, these two, that are having the issue, that we got such warping. The top comes together okay, it's just these side ones. So we need to sand down that and that and that and that. So this and this side. So let's go to it. Do some sanding, and maybe that'll take down enough material that will be able to fit, that it will seat in there a little bit. And so now with those two sanded, will it help? A little bit, well, nope, that is just a huge area. I'm wondering if we could keep this side towards the back. Let's try that. Kind of put a little mark on here. We need black. That's what we need. We don't need silver. So we'll just color in this one right here. So that way, this little peg here, so one in the back, and see, but that turns out good. There's a little bit of a, so if we keep this one in the back, maybe that'll alleviate all of this. Because this will go onto one of these, like that. But actually, If it's going to be a troop carrier, it's going to go like this. But if it's going to be the gun, then you're going to have that, and then the gun would go on here. But we don't want to do that. What we want to do is this, so that way we have the troops up here, and then the gun will be down here. So, and if that's the problem area, that one there, and just put a whole shitload. See how there's a, there it goes, it pops in there. But there's a little bit of a gap in there as well. So I'll just have to glue the crap out of that to make sure that that's good. We'll use CA glue for that. And then the rest of these will go like this. I wish they were snap fit. GW didn't do us any favors in that regard, did they? And then these could go. You know what? I might build a gun. Is that going to fit? Yeah, that's going to go there. Or no? Okay, yep, so that's going to go there. And seriously? Really? Okay, so that is going to go there. And then that last little one is going to go there. We can get it in the hole. There we go. Ah, damn it. So, yeah, basically we're going to have to do that. And then that'll connect up to the top hole. And then the gun is going to go down on the bottom. So I think if we glue these in this, we'll only have one area where this is going to have a significant gap in this one here. But maybe if I take this and then put it on this side like that, we're still going to get a gap on the sides on this. So it's either going to be towards the front or the back. So either way, I think we're screwed. We'll just have to, that'll be okay. We'll just have a little wiggle room for putting the guys in there, which now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it would be better to have the wiggle room in front. I don't, just in case something screwy happens. And I think that's how we want it, right there. That's the best one that we've had. So we got the lack of gaps. We got very minimal gaps. So we'll put a number 1. We'll put a number 2 and 3 and then 4 and then 5 then 6. Like that, so we know, and then we'll put a V. To indicate the vac. So that's probably the good way to do it. Need a pencil to stabilize. Yeah, to throw in the middle. That would be a good idea. I could probably end up doing something like that. But we got our numbers, so we're good. So as long as we got our numbers, we're good to go. Or we could just set it on the table like that. That works too. Ta-da! For my next magic trick, I'm going to make this pencil disappear. Boom! Ta-da! It's gone. So yeah. So this will work. This gives us the least amount of gaps because of whatever was going on, with obviously a little bit of warping. So we can go ahead and set this like this. And then of course it'll be set like this. We'll be using the top one there, and then the gun will go on here. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we should do the gun, because the gun is not going to be that hard. Because basically, you got 2 pieces, 3. You got a few little miniature pieces on one side, same thing on the other, and boom, your gun is done. So the piece on the back of the gun will go into the hole on the bottom. So let's do the gun. Yeah, let's do the gun. You say that, but it's a trap. You're probably right. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So let's go ahead and do the gun. Okay, and the gun has 2 pieces here. So we need 1 and 1. So we know that those are exact replicas because this is 1 and it's 1 on the other side as well. And we're going to have to paint the gun by itself as an assembly as well. So this might end up being a good thing. It's funny, I was going to stop this and be like, oh, let's take a break. But it's a gun. So, sorry about that, guys. So I get excited with the guns. And I won't drop it this time. So we got that. And then we need a number 3. Which is something with a little ball and a thingy on it. A thingy and a ball. Those are the pieces that go between the horseshoes. We got another sprue. It goes boom. What's there not to love? I know, exactly. Here it is. This is the piece we're looking for. The number 3. I miss my guns though. But, well. So there's 3. I need 6 and a 2. 6 and a 2. 6 and a 2. I don't see a 6 and a 2 on this. What does it look like? I'm getting to the point where it's like, I don't care. Two 6s and a 2. There's a 6 right there. So we're going to need that. We're going to need 2 6s. There's another 6. Got 2 6s, and now we need a 2. We need a 2. 2, which looks like there's a 5, there's a 4, 24s, 14s, those are 17s, those are 16s. These are guns, which are 15s. And there's 2. That one right there. We're going to need these same pieces on the other side as well. So that'll be on 1. And here's the other 6. Put that one down there. And then the other 6 is here. And where is that other one? The other 2 is right there. And we should be good. A little bit of sanding. Do we got to do a little bit of sanding? We're good there, we're good there, I don't care about that. So that is good. A little bit of sanding, where's that going to go? Probably not going to be able to see that. But we'll just sand it anyway. Just yeah, I don't think that's 240. That's not behaving like 240. That is definitely not acting like 240. I don't think I care about that, but we'll just run it there. Run that. That is good. We did that, we did that, we did that. I think. Oh, we need to do some sanding on the gun a little bit. Let's get this one. I like this emery board better. Yeah, I definitely like this one better. We're gonna have to go when we go to Daiso. I gotta remember to get some of these. Good on that. And that. So much sanding. Why do I care so much? I would like to see an expose of somebody going to China and going to the factory where they make the Games Workshop models to see what it looks like and how much it costs to produce something like this. And then, you'd be able to, what's the build price, and then see how much profit Games Workshop makes off of these things. That would be probably pretty wild. Okay. So now, according to the instructions, we got this piece, we got this piece. And then we got this piece that is going to go like that. Yep. So that fits where that is going to go. And then this will go there. We'll sandwich in like that so that we end up with the thing like that. So we're good. So now that we know where that goes, get a little bit of glue. And we'll just put a little bit across that whole piece there. And we'll put that there. And then we can put some glue there. Kind of prep this for that other piece. We'll just put a whole bunch of glue on there. And then we'll put a bunch of glue on here. We're going to have to put some glue in here and here. And all there. And there. I forgot about all this. There's a lot of glue that we got to put on here. And then glue on here. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We'll just kind of glue all this up. Sandwich these together and see if we can't get this to hold. And like so. So that we don't have any gaps. Da-da-da. You know what would be nice is if I had my little dudes. And I think I got one little dude here. I got that. Do I have another one? Let me go see. I think I do somewhere. The question is where. Where, oh where? So we're in the print room. We're looking for little blue handle fuzzy things. And I don't see any. I know I've got some somewhere. Dang it. I think we'll be all right though. But that begs the question, where is it? Okay, oh well. Is it up on the shelf? No. But I think we'll be okay. We don't have gaps, so we're good to go. Yeah, a little Irwin quick grip. Need to find another one of these. So, I need to put a little bit of glue in there. Like so. Other than that, we're good. Okay. Irwin to the rescue. So now, back hurts. Oh, back hurts. Yeah. After we're done with this gun, we're going to call this video. So, yeah. Yeah, we're going to call it. As soon as we finish. And that is glued. Yeah, it's cute little. I gotta find the other ones. Where are my other ones at? That's the thing. I need to find the other ones. I know I got at least one more, maybe two more after that. Okay, then here we're going to have piece that goes here. So this edge goes right in there, but it doesn't like really snap fit in there. It's got a little bit of a plug, but it's not really pronounced. And then we're going to have this piece is going to go like that. So we got that hole, and that's where this is going to go, like that. So I think it might be a better idea to glue this piece first, and then we could go through and kind of snap that in like that, and then snap in the bottom one after that, which would be like so. So that would work. So I think that is what we will do. So let us get our glue on. I'll prep this baby here. And let the games begin. Like so. And we'll hold that on there. And since we're doing this side, we can do the other side. So we might as well, because we're going to do that anyway. So we get this piece, boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. And we will hold these together and we will be good. And then we can just add our little pieces here. And we'll just put a little dab there. Dab there. We get a little bit too much, but who cares? And I don't think there's any special orientation for this. So we will just put that there. Again, seriously? Really? There we go. Okay. Yep, getting tired. Just prep this a little bit, tiny bit. Ding. Ding. And that one in there and that one there. Snaps in. We are good to go. And we got 2 more left. A little bit of glue in there, a little bit of glue in there. It's a very tiny amount of glue. Just go ahead and load that up. And we'll prep that side, we'll prep this side. And then we'll put that one there. And how that's snapped in nice. One small piece left on this assembly. Like I said, oops. There's a little bit of smudge, a bit of a dingleberry there. But it'll be so hidden that we won't. Boom, and that snaps into place. And there's our gun. Ta-da! So there it is. We got that done. So yeah, as I drop it, but it worked. So this will end up being here, and then we will put this gun down on the bottom. Like so. And so we will have our gun on the bottom. And then, like for example, this is the back. Yep. And then we will proceed to do this like this. Now the problem is we've got these little pieces here that are going to interrupt with this gun. So we're going to have to trim this. So that way when we have the gun in there, like that, that little piece is not going to cause a problem, which it is going to cause a problem. Because that'll go there, and that little piece is going to give us angst. And so, let's go ahead and we will just eyeball it like so. And so that piece will go there like that. And we'll CA glue the crap out of that. And then we can take our gun and we'll be able to put the gun right there. Like so. And then the rest of these will be able to go on there. Now we might have to trim some of these other ones, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. So that way we'll have the gun on the bottom. Obviously we're going to have to trim that long piece that we just cut off for this here. So if we take a look at it like that, you can see how much we're going to have to cut off on that, which is going to be a lot. Basically, we're going to have to take this whole piece, centerpiece, off on the next one that goes here, and then probably the next one and a couple until it gets down to here, and then we should be all right. But yeah, boom. I think we're well on our way to getting this done. So, but we'll have to go through, you know what? I'm wondering how much we're going to have to cut off. Get in the hole there. On this next one, we're basically going to have to cut off the whole thing off of this one as well on this next one. So let's just do that. Well, I think maybe we can get away with just maybe about right there. And I'll see how this goes. So that there, that there, that there. And then the gun will go there, and we're still going to have to cut a little bit off. Yeah, I think we're going to have to end up cutting that whole thing off. It is pretty close, though, to where that's at. So yeah, I think we'd be good if we just cut out that center piece on this one altogether. And that won't cause any problems, because it'll be like that. As we can see there, and if we put our gun there, and that will be good. So actually get a connection point to where we could put some CA glue to connect this piece with part of the gun, which will be good. I like that reinforcement. And we might have to trim this hose, you know, or just kind of pop it down below. But let's see, we will, yeah, we're obviously going to have to cut out this center one as well. So, can this stand on its own? No, it cannot. So on this one, we'll have to cut out this as well. So See ya. And we'll take a look at this. And we'll put the gun on, and yeah, we're gonna have to trim this little piece here. But that little piece on the bottom where the hose is going, that actually almost fits right in that hole, so that'll work. But we'll need to trim this a little bit, which is actually, you see where my fingernail's resting? That little shelf? That will be where we need to go to cut that off. So that is going to be okay. But we're going to need to cut this off. That piece off there. See ya. And we will be good on that. So now, oh, I'm getting excited now. But I got to paint all this. So now, if we put the gun on here, and we will have that. Ooh, that's going to be close. That is going to be close. Can we put this piece on there? We're gonna have to cut this piece off as well. Okay, we're getting there. So we'll take that down to the nub here. And we'll go back. Oops, come on. Stay with me. So we'll have that. Can we get this to stand? And then we put the gun. Oh yeah, that's gonna work. Yes, perfect. That will work. And then we could put these other two, and we don't even have to cut those. And the gun will actually touch, I think. Might have to, yeah, I think we might have to trim that this front one. Yeah, because it's going to be a little bit off. On this piece here. So I think if we take off that much there, we will be good. So that way that, and then like that. Oops. So can we get that on camera? Yep, we can. And then we put our gun in there. And boom, that will be good. Look at that. That'll be it right there, folks. So yeah, you just have to trim the back down a little bit. Then the next three, 1, 2, and 3, we'd have to cut the center little piece out of there altogether. This one we could keep there. And then the front one, we would need to trim that a little bit. And that would be our Ghost Ark Doomsday dude transport thingamajig. And then where those hoses come into play, we could actually push those and glue those into with those bottom squares, those bottom holes in there, which would be perfect. Which means that we're going to have to paint everything by itself. So, since we've got these in order, our horseshoes, and we did label these, so this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is going to be towards the back. So go ahead and label those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can see how much we cut off on those. And then this will be the back towards this piece here, and you should be good to go. And with that, the only thing that we needed to cut off of here was this little peg that was on here and sand that down. So we just cut that so it was flush, and we're good to go. Awesome. I love it when a plan comes together. So, we have all our dudes. We'll put the cap back on our glue. And I think we're at a stopping point for today. That is a good stopping point. So yeah, I think we're good to go. Alrighty. We're done. Thank goodness. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. So, yeah, we did a little bit. So we ended up putting a bunch of guys together. We did that. Then what we ended up doing is getting these guys here, the horseshoes, and we realized that what we're going to do with those horseshoes is we're going to make it a troop carrier, and then the gun is going to be down on the bottom because you have those two connection points. So you have a connection point for the horseshoes, which are going to be here with the horseshoes facing up, and then the gun and the back of the gun is going to go on this bottom one here, and we will be good to go on that. So, yeah, let's just move this because I want to see the gun. I want to see the gun. There we go. What a journey. And we still have some pieces that go in between the horseshoes on the sides, but that won't keep us from being able to put the guys into the places in the troop carrier. The only thing, you're going to have to paint the guys. So at this point, I would probably recommend, and even if I was going to go back and do it again, on the main compartment with the guy in the back who's driving the bus, you have some side pieces where, if we take a look at this, I would not put this piece on. I would save that, and I would not put this piece on, and I would paint everything, because that's going to be a bear to get into this, because this piece here is in the way. And I would paint everything and then put this, and also paint this piece individually, these two pieces, paint everything and then put this piece on and this piece on, and that'll save you a lot of angst. So in retrospect, yeah, these little side pieces here, don't connect those on. It's not an important part. It's just, take them off and then paint everything the way it is now, and then you could go ahead and assemble it. So we're going to go through, and the next step is going to be doing some painting. But I don't think we're going to be doing painting in a video. I think what we'll end up doing is I'll just paint. I think we'll just end up painting, and I think we'll be done with the paint. So we won't do that on the video. George says, I have a question on, does it have a stand connection? Yes, it does. That's a good question. So the base, if we take a look at it, we have like a 60 millimeter base, which we have here, as I'm just kind of destroying things. I want to keep things in order. Stay together there, Johnny. We have the base, and then we have the connector. And it only takes one connector. And if we look on the bottom of the gun, that's where this piece is going to go for the stand. And if you're going to do it the other way, God bless, seriously, son of a... Good thing. 1, 2. Where's some numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5 and 6. Okay. But there is also a connection on to where, on the gun, where you would have that connection. And if we take a look at that, so on the bottom of the gun, if it's doing the gun thing, you have that connection there for your, like that, where it has the gun. It's just the horseshoes are upside down. And then if you have the, let's see, if you have this, then you have these extra pieces on the bottom, and one of those goes into one of those on these pieces here. So we're not going to have to worry about that because we're going to do both. So the gun is going to be on the bottom, which is going to use this here. Which, I don't know, that's an awfully small little piece there. They got one that's shorter and one that's longer. What I might end up doing is still use, I'll make a custom base. So we'll do a 60 millimeter base, but then I'll probably, if I can find it, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I got some, oh, there they are. What I'll probably end up doing is using an acrylic rod, clear rod, like we see here. And so that way it's a little bit thicker, and I'll probably make it just a tad higher, maybe. Or maybe on the base, I'll just have it to where we have a couple more. So instead of just this one pivot point with this, we can have like a V to connect on the bottom of this. So we could probably do something like that. And then on the bottom of the cannon, if we can, y'all are going to make me sit down. It's probably better that way. My back hurts. So with this, we could use, we could use this, one of these to connect into here onto the base. But then I'm also thinking maybe having a second one, like right there, and then connect to the base as well. So that way, because I've noticed some people online are complaining about this in being a weak pivot point, a weak contact point. So I think if we ended up putting a rod right there and then going to the base, that would work out as well. Matter of fact, oops, man, I'm just doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So that is going to go in there, and that's kind of weak. And then you'll have the base. Okay, let's go ahead and play with this. So So you have the base like that. You'll have the gun that will go in the hole, which really, it's going to go there. And then you're going to have this there. And you can kind of see how this would be a bad stress point. You know, the more you play with this, it's already kind of, it's got some movement there, you know, as we can see there. But I think if we ended up having like this rod, this acrylic rod, and we kind of do that and cut it off right there, at least we would have 2 points of contact to give this a little bit more rigidity onto the base, if that makes sense. So, you know, it'll come up about right there. And with a custom base, would be able to, you know, kind of push this into the base, into the 60 millimeter base, and that would be a good thing. I don't know. I don't think we'd need one here, but I definitely think we need two. Because, yeah, this stress point is just going to be too much. And I think, yeah, like other people have stated, that is going to be one of the things that's really going to piss people off about this, is that as you move this around, there's just not enough for this. So, yeah, that's what we'll end up doing. So a little bit of an acrylic rod with the base on the gun. Have 2 points of contact. We will be good to go on that. But that's a good question. But that was some of the stuff that that people were asking, or that were online, that were talking about the Necron, the Ghost Ark, Doomsday Ark, or whatever they want to call it, that they were complaining about. You know, that, oh, I was moving it around and it snapped. Now I had to come up with something else. It snapped again. And everybody was just using that one acrylic rod for that point of contact onto the base. So I think if you had the two, especially with a larger acrylic rod, you'd be good to go. Yeah, that does seem like a lot of weight at that one small point. Yeah, it is. It really, really is. So just looking at it, and just looking at it online and seeing the pictures, it's like, yeah, if you're going to set it and forget it and just have it be a shelf queen, you know, yeah, you could do that. You're not going to move it. You're not going to play with it. You're not going to, you know, go to games and do tournaments and whatever like that. It would probably be totally fine. But if you're going to be moving this around, yeah, just throw an extra clear acrylic rod on there, and you're good to go. Or acrylic, or I don't know, plastic, clear plastic rod, whatever that is called. And those rods that I got were actually for floral designs, when, you know, people doing flowers and, you know, bouquets and stuff like that, they would use those rods. So boom, you're good to go. And you can get them in different diameters as well. So I think that's what we'll end up doing. Alrighty, so I think we're going to be done for this video. For now, like I said, what we'll end up doing is I think we'll put together, maybe in the next video, we'll go through and all the horseshoes, because they have the horseshoe, and then you have a piece that goes on one side and then on the other, and it kind of, the other horseshoe kind of goes together, and you have those two pieces in between them. We could glue those in there. We could do some primer everything up. We definitely have to paint the guys, and I'm seriously considering taking off some of the two side panels on the main bus driver dude in the back on the right side, so that way I can get to the guy and get painting all that other stuff, because that's just going to get ugly. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I think I'll do the horseshoe guys and put those spacers in there, and we'll be good to go. And then we'll prime everything. I won't do that on video. So there it is. Part 2 of building the Doomsday Ghost Ark thingy. So we're going to have a troop carrier and the gun all in one. And I think that's going to work out. Matter of fact, where is it? Where is it? I do have, if I can find it, where is it? Oh, here it is. Here's the picture of what I saw. So boom, there it is. So this guy ended up doing exactly, he did it first. I think mine's going to be better. But so you'll be able to have your troop carrier, you'll have the gun down below, and if we even look, I'm wondering how he did. We can see that he did a little bit more for his base as well. But still, a single point is going to be rough. I think if we do those two points of contact for that clear acrylic rod, we'll be good to go. But that's where I saw that, and I was like, that's an excellent idea. I thought about doing magnets. People were saying, oh, well, you ought to do magnets on it. And it's like, magnets would just be a pain in the ass, to be honest with you. I mean, because then you're talking about doing a magnet where the gun meets the back, you know, and then the troop carrier, you still got that centerpiece that's going to go towards the back. That's not going to be solid at all. And switching those out and go, it's just not going to work out. So I think this is a better idea of you can do both, and, you know, you're going to end up with, I mean, that is going to be a far superior design of doing it like that, with the exception of we'll add another rod in there. But if you put magnets in, so you could switch it out to do a troop carrier, and then you could switch it out to do the Doomsday Ark, that's going to piss you off. So I think if we just glue it all together like this, you'll be good. And then you'll still have the little guns on the side and everything, and we'll be good to go. So let me bring this guy up. And seriously, really? We're going to do, there we go. So right where this connection point is here for the gun, and you have the connection point right there for that whole top assembly, and then a connection point. People are talking about doing magnets. You're limited by the size of the magnet. Now, you can put a pretty big rare earth magnet on there. That's absolutely true. But again, it's just going to be hanging off into space, and you have to support this whole piece here and the gun and the weight of everything on one connection point that's on the gun. So the magnet, I don't think that's a good choice at all. I think it's better if you do it like this, where you just glue this whole assembly here, you glue this whole assembly here, and then you'll have your little acrylic rod there, and then we have another one back here on the base that will go back to that piece that I showed you, and that will be a much more stable, and you don't have to take anything apart. You know, it'll be a more solid build than what we end up seeing there. So yeah, that's the plan that we're going to be doing. So troop carrier, gun, and you know, acrylic rod and the little thing, and all the guys, it'll be good to go. So yeah. I am tired, and it's 3:45. So plus with swapping, you take the chance of breaking every time. Yeah, that's right. That's true. And I don't think there's two rare earth magnets that are going to hold the weight of this thing. Yeah, you probably could, but I think you're right. I think it would just come up. It's just a recipe for disaster. And if somebody is really, if you go to a game and you say, hey, I've got the 2-in-1 version, but it's only going to be a troop carrier, and the guy's like, no, it's got the gun down below, that's not official, you know, I'd tell him to pack sand, and I wouldn't want to play with him anyway. So, now, but here's the thing. I don't know that if you were in a tournament that an official Games Workshop tournament, would they care? That I don't know. So that I'm just a noob, just a noob. Then this is what I'm going to do for me. I know with the people that if I play with, Warhammer, with the people at the game shop store, they would have nobody would care about doing both of these in the same. So yeah, like George says, most people wouldn't care. They'd be like, yeah, sure. Okay, are you using the gun or are you using the troop carrier? I'm using the troop carrier. Then that's all you got to say, and you're good to go. So, and there's people that have proxies, and there's people that are like, hey, I know this gun is this, but it's actually we're going to be using this. I guess they do that all the time. So I think we're good to go. Alrighty, so there it is, building the Necron Ghost Ark Doomsday Ark. We're going to change that on part 3 when we do that, after we get the painting done. But that's what I ended up doing. So, yeah. The back is sore. I need to... I need a massage. That's what I need. But yeah, thanks for watching, and hopefully, I know this was long and painful. 4 hours and 18 minutes is where we're at. Holy crow. But we got a lot of work done. We got to get we'll put some of the other stuff, we'll get some painting, and then we'll move on to part 3 of the Ghost Doomsday Ark, getting another step closer to getting it finished. So yeah, we'll do that. So with that, if y'all could do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel. That would help me out a lot, and I would really appreciate that. And with that said, we're going to go to the obligatory outro page. If you want to send me a message, here's my email address. I always answer my emails. Ask Terry, ask Sweetest Forge, a number of people that contact me on a regular basis. I answer my emails. Comments, not so much, because I got like 900 videos, and I'm a one-man show. George says that he was working on his riding mower most of the day. Ooh, hopefully you got it fixed. It's probably a lot harder than what I'm doing here. So my hat's off to you. But yeah, you can send me an email, messages, just to say hi or whatever it is. I always answer. Bunch of people over here. I thought they were over here, but they're over here. Have bought me coffee, so you can do that. Link in the description box as well. But the best thing that you can do is like the video and subscribe to the channel. So, with that said, I think we're done. So George, take off. Everybody else who's watching or watching after this, thank you for watching, and we'll see you on the next video. So have a good one. Peace.